Nithyanandam, everyone. So now we are going to enter into the next chakra as part of the Paramashivoham Level 1 program. We welcome all of you. For those of you watching on the live YouTube and all the Zoom participants, we are into the second day of the Nitya Dhyan Yoga with the blessings and trainings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the next session on Anahata, the heart center. So let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So now let's start working on the Anahata chakra. To give you a brief, we are working on the 7 energy centers called chakras along our spine, which are associated with our emotions. So basically negative emotions, affected by the negative emotions. The Mooladhara chakra, which is the root center, Swadhisthana chakra, just 2 inches above, 2 inches below the navel. Then another chakra at the Manipuraka. And the next chakra is Anahata chakra at the heart center. Then the chakra energy center at the throat is the Vishuddhi chakra. Then chakra at the eyebrows, between the eyebrows, is the Ajna chakra, and the Sahasrara chakra on the top of the crown center. Now, in this session, we are going to work on the Anahata chakra. As we are learning, these 7 energy centers or chakras affected by, are shrunken by the emotions, specific emotions associated with it. What's supposed to be along the spine about a cartwheel size, where the energy flow will be smoother, gushing. All the body parts near the chakras work seamlessly and we experience the ultimate health. But while growing up, whatever conditioning we developed, the way we think, the way we entertain our emotions, be it a fear, be it a worry, be it our fantasies, greed, attention need, jealousy, comparison, ego, discontentment, all these emotions influence in a negative way these chakras, where these chakras gets what's supposed to be the cartwheel size become a small button size, which in turn influence our health, as the energy flow will be limited once the chakras get shrunken. So what do we do with this? Let's start working on the Anahata chakra. Anahata chakra is blocked by attention need. Constantly demanding attention and putting blame on others and feeling powerlessness. The technique to awaken or cleanse the chakra is Mahamantra. Okay, once we awaken and cleanse the chakra, to maintain that, what is the thought current that we need to have is the fourth tattva, the tattva of taking the responsibility. The principle of responsibility will continue to keep this chakra open. So what is attention need? What do you mean by the attention need? Whatever we do, whatever we think, we are subconsciously seeking concurrence and approval from the people around us in some subtle way. We are very keen that we should earn a good name from everyone. We may not do this in a very obvious fashion. Sometimes we may not even aware that we are seeking approval, seeking attention. We may not be even aware of it. But if you deeply analyze, you will not be at ease without the appreciation and endorsement of the people around you. This endorsement, this approval is what we call attention need. %80 of our problems is due to this. What is that? Asking for attention need, asking for approval for everything. If you just sit and write down in a day, how many things you do to get a good name, to maintain your reputation in your family, society, you will see. You will even understand. It will come to your awareness. You will find that in all 24 hours, in all your lifetime, you are involved in getting approval from others. All your life, you are on a signature campaign, getting approval signature from family, society. It is like as if in a big it is like as if in a big register, you make a column, good father, I'm a good father. For everything that you do for your children, you expect their signature of approval under that column. Then you go to your wife, then you go to your boss, then you go to your friends. Of course, all these people also come to you for your signature. You too need to sign on their registers under the columns applicable to you. Unfortunately, this is not a one-time effort. You repeat this signature collecting campaign almost every day. Everything that you do. If you have seen children play, you might have seen them building castles with cards, rummy cards. They'll place the cards at a certain angle on each other and build several layers. Such a patterns in a pyramid shape. It will be it's just so beautiful to look at it. But if you remove even one card from that castle, from anywhere, bottom, middle, anywhere you remove it, the whole castle will collapse. The higher the castle, the more chances of collapsing it. Just like this, we build our own self-image like a castle out of people's opinions of us. We collect certificates or signatures from our father, mother, boyfriend, girlfriend, teacher, friends, and whatnot. Everyone we interact with. And arrange all the certificates to build a castle to form our self-image. What we feel about us inside, the core belief of us, is how we built this castle. The image will look so beautiful and we will be happy. But this will be good as long as everyone's approval is there. All the cards are fine. The castle is fine. But it is so delicate. The castle is so delicate. If even one person withdraws their certificate, imagine the castle. What happens? The castle collapses. You just start feeling miserable about yourself. You feel depressed and you feel that the whole world has come to an end. Even if you have rest of other people's, you have the certificates, but if one person withdrew, one card you take out from the castle, how the castle collapses if one person doesn't approve, doesn't recognize you, your castle collapses. So what do? We start working hard in maintaining the castle, in guarding it well. We start behaving in such a way that people don't remove their certificates. We start doing things to get their continuous approval. Because their approval has become our own survival, our own image. The core image is based, what we feel about us is based on their approval. Literally, we survive on others' opinions about us. So why do we bother so much about others' opinions about us? Why we built this castle like this? Why can't we just judge ourselves by our own strength and continue to do our own work? Why are we deriving strength from others? Why do we care so much? All this is because of two things. One, we don't know anything about ourselves. So somebody has to tell us. We know ourselves only through others' opinions about us. As we don't know anything about ourselves, we don't know our strength. We come to know about ourselves through others' opinions about us, only through others' certificates. The second thing, when others give us all their approval and attention, they're actually giving us the energy to move on. So, what is that? Attention is energy. So, we're literally drawing the energy from others' attention. That is why we feel so boosted when they give us attention. Almost every one of us, if somebody praises us, how we feel so high. So attention is nothing but energy, which keeps us in good spirits. It is a subtle form of energizing ourselves. And we are not even aware of this. When we need something, that something is not love, it is attention. You don't need love because you are love yourself. So when you say that you need love, when you say that you need to be loved, you really in need of attention, not love. So the problem is that you do not know how to stand on your own. You want to use the attention given by others to stand up. Unfortunately, the attention that we give to others, we give to another person, the energy flow of the heart, energy current of our so-called love is completely based on hypocrisy, and therefore it can never actually give you any fulfillment. Instead of giving you energy, it can only give you more and more restlessness and tiredness. When we are seeking attention, we feel that we live in a world that is created and driven by others. In this world, the external actions are beyond our control and they determine our feelings. So constantly we are trying to get external world to give us certificates or attention. Our inadequate inner image makes us want this attention from others. What we feel about us inside of us, the inner image, the mamakaram, which is inadequate, very low. That's the reason that makes us want this attention from others. They are to reassure. So what is the solution for this? The solution for this is, of course, we'll be doing the meditation, the Mahamantra meditation, to detoxify or to cleanse this chakra, to open this chakra, and to continue to open the tattva that we need to practice, imbibe, is taking responsibility. So what is responsibility? Living and responding to life from the truth and understanding that you are the source, and therefore you are the source of everything that is happening around you. And therefore you are responsible for all happening in and around you. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your own life. This makes you a leader and gives you the power to be positive influence in the lives of others. Now let's have a small story. Somebody, nobody, anybody, and everybody. Here, in this a small story, which we all know, once upon a time, there were the 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. Once there was an important job to be done. But who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about that because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody would not do it. It ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. So, a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions is animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in a middle level consciousness. A person who takes responsibility for all others' actions is divine. He lives in a leadership consciousness. Even though your actions are not responsible for something, taking responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. So when we hear about taking responsibility for everything, we have this biggest question in our mind. How can I be responsible for everything that happens around me? I understand that I can be held responsible for what is happening inside me or my actions. How can I be held responsible for what is happening outside of me? For example, if an accident happened in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody ask this question. Listen. There is an important difference between being cause of something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason, for a certain happening. But if it is affecting you, your life, you are responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause of political corruption in your country. You're not the cause for it. But as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation, nor are you going to expand your inner space. So, you always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness. No, you are suffocated by your bigness. You are suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you are being forced to expand, you shrink even further into comfort zone. Your tiredness and your weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance you have to see in your own bigness. That's why when someone tells you that you are weak, poor, and a sinner, it is so easy to accept. We cry, we crib, we feel so powerless. We easily accept that. We may get angry. We are so affected, we may get angry also. But if someone tells you that you are divine, you are powerful, you are complete, and your whole identity starts trembling with fear. But life always demands your expansion. Because expansion is the natural law of life. That's why you carry such a deep fear of life, especially life in the form of other people. Because people are the most living expression of life. The more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. Whenever you are feeling weak, tired, and powerless, the first thing you should do is this. Immediately take on 10 responsibilities and commit to fulfill them within an impossibility short time. Shake your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside. We always feel that responsibility is a burden. No, it is a power. Responsibility directly leads you to leadership consciousness. So, as long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain the head of your family. When you feel responsible for the community that you live in, you become the leader of the community, and your feeling responsibility expands. Your leadership quality also expands. So, the decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is a responsible declaration. Known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nidhyasana. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. But the moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for all the garbage on the streets, I'll be stuck cleaning it up the whole day. Who will do my work? I'll not be able to do anything else. Please listen. I am not saying that if you feel responsible for the streets, you will need to clean them yourself. I am also not saying that you will not clean them yourself. Anything may happen, but don't be afraid to dive into the feeling of responsibility. Just because of your imaginary complications, do not stop yourself from feeling it at all. So, complete with these imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Then responsibility will become synergy. Synchronized energy. Now let's do exercise, a small exercise. Write down all the situations where you are seeking attention or approval from someone else. Just get a pen and paper. Write down. In each of these situations, ask yourself, what is it that you are looking for? There is some belief which is stopping you. This belief includes something negative about you and also some belief about the world. For example, I feel like a failure. If only my father told me that I am doing well, I will feel better. There is an inner image of yourself as inadequate, something lacking. Just quickly pen down. Where are all situations where you are seeking attention? And ask yourself, what is it that you're actually looking for? Ask yourself when and how you acquired this negative image. Take responsibility for this image. Understand that you are responsible for this thought inside of you. Complete with this incident. Look into this attention approval need. Why do you believe that this person should be the one to give you the approval, attention? Quickly, pen down. Now, with this understanding, let's work on the cleansing this chakra, the Anahata chakra. The Vedic reference for this chakra is Mahamantra, which is Brahmi Pranayama. We are going to do for 21 minutes. Continuously 21 minutes, attention, being aware of the Anahata chakra, your complete awareness at the Anahata chakra, the heart center. Kumbhaka Paddhati, verse 169, Ali Shabda Yutam Vegat Purayat Kumbhayet Tatha Sali Hadak Chennai Rekat Brahmari Kumbhako Mone Ananda Leelam Kurute Brahmari Kumbhako Mune. Inhale rapidly, producing the sound of a black bee, and exhale slowly with the sound of a black bee after retaining the breath. This is called Brahmari Kumbhaka, which produces ecstasy. The scientific evidence, the Anahata chakra is near the heart, right? So, and is associated with love. And this meditation that we are going to do, the humming meditation, the scientific evidence shows that the positive vibrations stimulate the brain, that the brain's fluid, to produce hormones like dopamine that produce a feeling of joy, love, and ecstasy. Mahamantra makes your mind sthira, means stable, firm. The mind is always oscillating with thoughts. This meditation makes your mind still by making it enter into the zone of no mind. So it is like a jumping boat to enter into infinity. This meditation should be done on an empty stomach, either alone or as a group. So we're going to do this meditation. Total duration of this meditation is 30 minutes. Stress total involvement and awareness of meditation. In this case, humming. Meditator should become the humming. Meditator may feel vibration in various body parts. Right? So do not worry, just focus completely on the humming. I'll show you how to do this. It's normal. If you get vibrations anywhere in the body part, just bring your attention again and again onto the humming. Come with the awareness at the Anahata, you focus only on the humming part. How do we start with that? To avoid the distractions, you just wear the eye band and close your eyes. Plus listen to the instructions, and we'll play the music to when we start this meditation. First understand thoroughly the instructions. Wear an eye band and close your eyes. Sit cross-legged in a comfortable position on the floor. If you cannot sit cross-legged, by any chance, if you have knee pain, any other injury, you cannot sit, then you can sit on a chair. But make sure your head, neck, back are all in straight line. All right. Sit comfortably cross-legged on the floor. You cannot sit on a chair, but make sure your head, neck, back are straight line. Those of you who are not able to sit on the floor may sit on a chair and feel relaxed and close your eyes. Even after you closing eyes, you may notice that some forms, some images, behind your eyelids. So your mind will be distracted. So to tackle this, imagine that your eyes have become stones. Lock them mentally. Without physical effort, then the images will die. Imagine, visualize your eyes have become stones. Harden your eyeballs with a mental effort. Place your tongue on the upper palate. Literally, verbalization, visualization, you are locking. Place your tongue on the upper palate and lock it. So when you place your tongue on the upper palate, your verbalization will stop. The hardened eyeballs, the locked eyeballs will stop the visualization. Right? So both will tackle the verbalization and visualization. And you need to do this for 1 minute. Now, I'll show you how to do the humming meditation. Just keep your lips together and produce a sound from your inside. If you were to put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, the sound generated will be like this. do this humming, make a note, this is a hum sound, not om sound. Simply keeping your lips producing the sound. As you hum, you will automatically exhale. At the end of the humming, let your body inhale naturally. You don't have to focus on your inhalation or exhalation. Your attention should be only on the humming and become humming. And awareness on the Anahata chakra. But humming should start from your navel as long as possible or as lengthy as possible, as deep as possible. It should be loud as possible. As loud as possible, as long as possible, as deep as possible. You can keep it while exhale. Don't make an effort to keep these breath. No need to focus, put effort to on your breathing. The body itself will take breaths when needed. So don't become tense. Just relax it and just do it in a playful mode. Put in your whole being and energy into this simple meditation, creating this vibration with the humming sound. Imagine you are a 5-year-old child. You will then do it humming realistically. Try to minimize the gap between the humming sound. Take one humming sound and don't take break. After some time, you will feel that the humming continues without your any effort, and that you have become a simple listener. Humming automatically happen. You'll be just listening. You are aware only of the humming, nothing else. You become the humming. Be completely relaxed. Do not strain yourself. Hum as well as breathe in through your nose. Mouth should be closed at all times. So this will do it for 21 minutes and stop the humming, right? And after that, just sit. Remain silent, focused on the Anahata. Complete awareness on the Anahata chakra. Stay inactive for 10 minutes with a smiling face and a blissful mood. Your music will be playing the music to help you, to guide you through this meditation. So these two parts, one is humming for 21 minutes and 10 minutes, just sitting with the awareness on the Anahata, sitting blissfully. During this time, the energy created in the 20 minutes of humming will enter into the corners of your being and cleanse it totally. If any thought comes, let it come. You don't need to worry about your thought. Let it come, let it go. Don't resist any thoughts. They come, they do come. Just watch them. Witness them and ignore them. Do not follow them and create more thoughts. Do not try to suppress them and it will not work. That thoughts are like a ripples in the pool of water. You can't stop the ripples by putting your hand on the water. So it will only create more ripples. All you need to do is just stop throwing more stones in the water. Just watch. All right, so let's start this meditation. All of you, please get ready. I repeat, 2 steps. You have to close your eyes. We start with this meditation by 1 minute. We stop our verbalization, visualization by imagining, visualizing our eyes become a solid rock and putting our tongue to the upper palate. For 1 minute, we practice that. So our verbalization and visualization will pass. Then this meditation is recommended with the tying of the eye bands. Then let's start this, please. Sit straight, cross-legged. With your head, neck, back, straight line. Start having intensely as long as possible, as deep as possible. Yes. I hope. How is the meditation? I hope you all enjoyed it. You can share your experience of this meditation in the chat, the YouTube chat and Zoom chat. And if you have any questions, please post your questions in the chat. If you're watching from YouTube, please post your comments. If you need any clarifications or you want to share any experience, and now we'll be moving on to our next session. The Vishuddhi chakra. You can, the more interactive you are, and the more learning will happen. So let's move on to our next chakra, which is Vishuddhi, the center at the throat. Yes. So I see in the Zoom chat some comments. Yes, the vibrations, Martin. The Marian Carson says the vibrations went directly to the heart chakra. Wonderful, Ma. So, Ma Valini, how is your experience, Ma? Thank you, Mama Marian, for sharing this. Adamaya and others, you can share your experiences. All right. So now, let's move on to our next chakra. Let's start working, cleansing, understanding our next chakra, Vishuddhi chakra, as part of the Nitya Dhyan Yoga, with the trainings and blessings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings. Let's start the next session, Vishuddhi chakra. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. The Vishuddhi chakra located at the throat. Exactly speaking, at the tip in the middle of the throat, between the two collarbones. So what blocks this chakra? Comparison and jealousy blocks this chakra. What unblocks this? when you do the Shakti Sagara meditation. To continue unblocking. Okay, you do the Shakti Sagara meditation, the chakra is unblocked. Then what to do? To keep it open. The tattva, following the tattva, the principle of enriching others. So let's learn more details about this chakra. Vishuddhi chakra is located at the throat region, as we just mentioned, and comparison and jealousy lock this chakra. When we exhibit our individuality without worrying about others and express fully the Shakti, our capacity, our uniqueness, and our creativity, this chakra opens. Actually, Vishuddhi chakra is the seat of our energy. When this chakra is open, we tap into the cosmic energy continuously. A small story. One man was part of a music group that gave live shows all over the world. In one particular show, he decided to wear a black wig while singing few songs and a red wig while singing for other songs. For whatever is the reason, he decided that. Just change the makeup. He alternated the wigs and finished the first half of the program. During the intermission, the show director came up to him in the dressing room and told him, "Sir, we request you to wear only the red wig for the remaining part of the program." The man was surprised and asked him why. The director replied, "The people like the red-haired singer's voice a lot better than the black-haired singer is." Singer is the same, but what is happening here? The comparison. We are so busy comparing all the time that we never see things as they are. Our mind is so caught up in comparison that it misses what actually is. So if we drop this comparing attitude, we will be able to see things as they are. So when we are not able to bear others' excellence, we get jealous. So comparison is the seed and jealousy is the fruit. So actually, comparison and jealousy actually non-existent. We create them ourselves and talk endlessly on how to overcome them. This concept can be clearly understood by looking into the name of this chakra, that is Vishuddhi. Shuddhi means pure. Ashuddhi means impure. Vishuddhi means beyond both pure and impure. The name therefore suggests that this chakra can never get impure and hence never needs to be cleansed. Comparison is like a shadow without an object. There is no basis for the concept of comparison. All points of comparison can be brought under what do you compare? If you take the frames of references, you compare money, you compare the social status, you compare beauty, you compare knowledge. Most of us get envious of others who are more materially affluent than us. When our neighbor gets a new refrigerator, the temperature in our house goes up. When a colleague buys a more expensive car, our own car, till then perfectly all right, usable, suddenly becomes junkable heap. So material possessions lead to greed to possess more and more, and ultimately a great suffering. Ramana Maharshi, the great enlightened being of 19th century, says, this universe can fulfill the needs of the entire world, but not the wants of one man. Our wants never cease. Swamiji says, when we come into this world, we bring with us all the Shakti, all that energy needed for our lifetime. God does not send us empty-handed, but acquisition is the goal for most of us, not the enjoyment. We keep moving like rats on the treadmill, not quite knowing where we are going. Performing well has nothing to do with how good you are and how joyfully you do your job. Sadly, it is measured by much better you are than the next person. You are ranked. The moment you are ranked, only one person can be number one. The rest are idiots. This is so true in schools and colleges. When learning needs to be joyful, ranking damages the very core of learning and makes it drudgery. Far more perniciously, it robs us of our self-respect by comparing us with others. A story. A man was leading in a 100-meter race. After running 200 meters, he looked back and saw that the rest of them after him, so he ran on. Oh, okay, I'm ahead. He ran out. After 500 meters, he again looks back and again says, okay, happy. You're still leading, and ran on. Every few meters, he did the same thing, but finally lost the race. If the man had not looked back and concentrated only on the running faster and faster, he would have won the race in a much shorter span of time. Isn't it? And one more thing. This comparison is so bad in countries like India, Korea, Japan. Hundreds of young students commit suicide because they cannot cope with the rigors of examination and ranking. As we graduate from schools that compare us with each other, we enter even worse environments. Our workplaces, the ranking and evaluations continue. Sadly, in this rat race, even if you win, you still are a rat. So in this rat race, we try to blindly follow others or emulate others. When we do that, we land in trouble. A small story. A man was driving along a dark village road. He decided to follow the car in front of him to play it safe, simply. Suddenly, the car ahead of him stopped and he crashed into it. He says, "Why didn't you signal that you were going to stop?" Screamed out. The other guy says, "Inside my own garage." He yelled back at the driver. So it helps to know each one's path is different, unique. To follow another on his path, to blame him at the end of it is a mere folly. Let's have another story. A rabbi and a priest were two good friends. Their parishes were similar, quite middle class, and they too led a middle class life. The rabbi, however, was always keen to be on par with the priest. The rabbi went on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, and when he returned, he found that the priest was now driving a brand new BMW car instead of his earlier rundown some Ford car. Was far that model older than his own. How come he's having a BMW now suddenly? So Rabbi asked the priest with a more than a trace of envy, "What happened? How come you could buy a BMW?" The priest said, "Oh, it's a long story." He said, "One day during the sermon, I was mechanically moving my rosary beads. I noticed that the congregation had their eyes fixed on the moving beads. So as part of that sermon, I said to them to be generous and give all they had to the Lord. To my immense surprise, all of them emptied their wallets into my collection box, and the woman took their jewelry also off into that collection box. Since then, each week at the sermon, I move my beads and get them hypnotized and tell them to give all that they have to the Lord." The rabbi went home excited and waited impatiently for the Sunday to come. A few weeks later, the two met again. The rabbi was driving his old jalopy. The priest asked, "Did you not try what I told you?" The rabbi said, "Yes, I did. The very next Sunday itself, I tried. As I was moving the beads, the rosary slipped. And I just shouted, 'Oh shit.' I am still cleaning the mess inside my prayer hall after 3 weeks." So, if you analyze our own behavior, we will soon find that we always envy our neighbor, our friend, our colleague. Rarely anyone in his right mind becomes envious of Bill Gates. He is far too beyond his reach. So he removed you from you to be real. But if a neighbor wins a lottery ticket, or heavens forbid, a close relative does, you see them congratulating you in something that you unexpectedly won. Watch where their smiling come from. 90% will smile from their mouth and very strained. The 10% who smile, their eyes are your real friends. So if you queue up, let's visualize one thing. To understand a deeper how foolish we are to compare everything. Just queue up all the people in the world. What are billions of people? Imagine they are all queued up in the ascending order of money, okay, power, whatever frame of reference that you want to choose. Okay, let's take money. They are all in the ascending order. Where would you be? Odds are that you'll be somewhere in the middle, right? Major part of majority or somewhere in the middle. And actually, if you compare with all the people in the world, you will not even be count the number of people on either side in front of you or behind you in the queue. Now, with your thoughts, you have to decide if you are going to look at the queue in front of you or look at the people in front of you and feel jealous about it by comparing that they are ahead of you, or look at the people or the queue behind you and feel relaxed and grateful to this existence. All is in your hands. We need to realize that each one of us are unique. God is an artist, not a machinist. He sculpts each one of us with his own hands lovingly, uniquely. Therefore, each one of us is different. Some may be shorter, smarter, taller, bigger, good, whatever, good at one thing or another. Howard Gardner and others have written tomes on multiple intelligence. Being good with mathematical problems is not the only intelligence that counts. A painter has intelligence in her creativity, right? That is far more soul satisfying than that of those accounting skills. So we now no longer talk about intelligence, the intelligent quotient that we all compare. We refer to emotional quotients and spiritual quotients and so on. These are far more important in life than mere intellectual capabilities. Yet, we judge most people by how they perform in our schools. We still use primitive methods of intelligent measurements. Now, a story. A king came to Buddha and asked, "Please explain me the jnana, the true knowledge." What is true jnana? Buddha replied, "Okay, you go to my garden and see the cypress plant on my garden. He said, Buddha says, it is a jnani, means enlightened with true knowledge. The king went and took a deep look at the plant, but he could not understand anything. What message is giving? Why Buddha said it's a jnani? He came and asked back again to Buddha. Buddha explained that the cypress plant was next to rose plant, but never aspired even for one day to become a rose plant. Similarly, the rose plant never ever aspired to become a cypress plant. They just attended to their own duties of growing and blossoming every day. So, if man had been the cypress plant, he would have been compared himself with the rose plant, right? Felt jealous at the attention that the rose plant getting from the people. Similarly, if the man were to be the rose plant, he would have looked at the cypress enviously, thinking how peaceful the latter was, without any torture of being plucked by the people all day. So when we realize our uniqueness, we land in the present moment. We realize what we are good at it. We no longer worry about what others may say if our children become artists instead of the hotshot investment bankers. So a hotshot investment banker was getting burnt out to the week and off. He caught the flight from New York far north to Miami, and drove another couple of hours that someone had told him was a great fishing spot. He unloaded his branded equipment and set himself up and waited. Soon, an old and unkept, a local sat 100 meters downstream from him, pulled out his well-owned fishing tackle, and bristling soundlessly threw his line into the water. Soon he was pulling in fish every 5 minutes. He's pushing bigger, bigger, bigger fishes. He looked at each one carefully and threw it back into the water. The young banker was getting incensed. Here, he was spending valuable time with $1,000 equipment and the designer bait without a fish to bite, while the other man was pulling it in. Yet he could not but admire the man. He said, "You should be in New York." He shouted across the older man. "What for?" The local responded. "Oh, well, you can teach the guys like me to fish and make a lot of money." Then the old man asked, "Why?" "Oh, well, you can then take holidays to enjoy. Then, and well, I can go and fish to enjoy the holidays. But this is what I'm doing now. Can't you see it?" So, in trying to realize the American dream, the Indian dream, or whatever dream it is, we have forgotten how to live. We have forgotten how to be joyful, right? So what happens with this attitude is, by comparing, chasing somebody's dream, not our own real desire, our throat chakra gets blocked, shrunken. What is supposed to be the cartwheel size around the spinal cord near the throat area become like a button size. So this area gets affected, and this is happens. So to cleanse this, to unbox this, we will be doing the Shakti Sagara meditation. Once you cleanse that, you unblock that throat chakra, to keep that chakra, Vishuddhi chakra, always open. How to do that? That is by enriching. What keeps the Vishuddhi open always is enriching others. Why should I enrich? How it helps to keep the Vishuddhi chakra open all the time. Understand that you do not live in a desolate cave or forest. You live with other people where life is happening outside of you. Life is happening with others. You are involved with hundreds of others, and hundreds of others are involved with you. So naturally, when your life is involved with so many people, for any transformation that you want in your life, you have to work and transform other lives as well. So otherwise, you may sit and continuously meditate for days and months and raise yourself in a very high level of joy and bliss. But the moment you come back to your house, your spouse can bring you down in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes is more than enough. And look, a word from her, one call, that's enough. Only when you enrich others can your life go through any transformation. Taking responsibility for others does not mean that you will accept everybody's non-integrity or inauthenticity and take a blame for it. No. It means that you will commit to inspire and empower everyone to experience the four powers in their inner space. The way to open the Vishuddhi chakra is constantly give to others. What you want for yourself, give it to others. If you want a job yourself, help others to find a job. If you want to great relationship, constantly enrich others to have great relationships. So comparison happens only when you feel that you do not have the ability to create what you want in your life. When you keep giving and creating for others, suddenly you will realize that you are the one who is manifesting for others. And you have the ability to manifest for yourself. So when you constantly give to others, the cosmos will give it to you. Cosmos will shower on you. Whenever you think others are separate and you are separate, this is the basic flaw of life. What you have about you, that same only you will have for others. So if you give up on you, I guarantee that you will give up on others. If you don't give up on others, you won't give up on you. Whenever I felt in my life, others are my extension and handle the situation, I was successful in my life. I have every character, every possible. Swamiji is saying, every character, all kinds of mental setups. I have all combination. I see all of them. I deal with all of them. But I tell you, whenever I handle the situation with the clarity, others are only my extension, I was successful. In every moment, in every interaction, whenever I remember others are only my extension, what I'm doing with others, what I'm doing with me, what I'm doing with others is what I'm doing to me, I was successful. So how many of you want success in everything you do in your life? With integrity and authenticity, I tell you, I'm giving you the most important key for life. In every situation, understand one thing. Every person who comes in your life is extension of you. It is the extension of you, including your enemies, including my enemies, whether they are an abusers, devotees, disciples, whoever I see in my life, I'm very clear. I'm extension of you. So how you deal with you, that is the way you deal with them. So how you deal with them, that is the way you deal with you. So when you enrich yourself and others, it is a step about taking the responsibility. Enriching alone can burn any lack of integrity, inauthenticity, or irresponsibility in you. Enriching is taking responsibility for everyone and everything, including others' inauthenticity and lack of integrity, because they are part of you. So now we will learn understanding with these powerful cognitions. Now let's work on the meditation to cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra. Understand, there are 3 layers of to understand the concept of this meditation. We need to understand these, the science, the truths from the scriptures. There are 3 layers of energy in us. The first layer energy is what we all generally use from our mind, and it is this that we use for our day-to-day activities. From morning till night, what we use normally is first layer of energy. Once this energy expands, we start feeling tired and irritated if you are given more work to do. We feel so much resistance, we feel tired, we feel bored, right? The second layer of energy is the emergency layer. It is the energy that arises from our emotions. At the time of emergency, this energy opens out. Let us say you are really tired and walking back from your work to your home. You feel you have enough energy only to enter your house and just crash on the bed. You're that much tired. Now, at that time, suddenly, if a dog starts chasing you, what will you do? Of course, you run, running much faster than you have ever run before, even if you are dead tired. Even if you are earlier unable to move even a limb, just wanted to crash, suddenly you run with a different kind of energy. This is the emergency energy that arises out of emotion. That is the second layer of energy. Now, the third layer of energy. This third layer of energy is the being level energy. This is an infinite source of energy within you, which you don't use at all. This energy layer can be opened and experienced by a deep meditation. Whether you accept it or not, you are in connection with all these 3 layers of energies. This Vishuddhi chakra holds in it the key to these higher level energies. Now, we will work on the meditation, this meditation process that will help you to express the extraordinary physical energy in you. Now, all of you are feeling almost tired, right? In general, that's what we experience, very less energy. Just wanted to eat and lie down. But I can make you run at least half an hour. Just by concentrating on the throat center. You have to remember this point. Key to this meditation is constantly throughout the meditation next 30 minutes, your awareness being the centered constantly at the Vishuddhi chakra, activating the throat center, the Vishuddhi. Intense energy can be unleashed in your system, which can be physically experienced. I will show you step by step how bringing your awareness on your throat center awakens deeper layers of energy. Even physically, you can experience the deeper layers of your energy. So this is the Shakti Sagara meditation. Shakti is energy. Sagara is ocean. So with this meditation, you will tap into the ocean of energy that is inside you. The key to this meditation is your mind fixed in the Vishuddhi chakra, while the body moves. With this meditation, it's a dynamic meditation. You will be moving your body, but your mind is fixed here. Ma Valini, you understand, ma? Ma Marian, you understanding? This is the key. Your mind is fixed at the throat area, while your body moves. This meditation, the scriptural reference, Shastra Pramana, is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, verse 3. Prantva prantva sharirena tvaritam bhuvi patanat shobha shakti viramena para samjaye dasa. Wander to the point of exhaustion, rill until you lose all your control. Dance until you are really ready to drop, then drop. Fall to the earth, surrender to the thrill of sensations surging through your form. Dissolve in awe as rising energies continue to dance in your inner world, beyond motion and commotion, because the body of become the body of ecstasy. You see some comments here? Yes, they are understanding. Thank you for confirming, ma. Yes. Now, scientific reference. The Vishuddhi chakra is near cervical ganglion that can stimulate the adrenal gland. Attention in this area produces the adrenaline, which is the source of short-term energy and also gives energy in dangerous situations. The Shakti Sagara meditation is based on the phenomenon called runner's high that happens in marathon runner. The body has two systems that have to be in balance. The adrenaline producing system, stress and happiness hormone, the endorphins. In this meditation, The entire body is moved vigorously till the body uses up all the adrenaline. Suddenly, when all the adrenaline is stopped, the happiness hormones are in excess and they create an ecstatic feeling. Stand with your eyes closed. Now, I will first read out the instructions. Then we will play the music to help you do this meditation. You can start the meditation once the music starts. So now listen to the instructions carefully. Stand with your eyes closed and focus on your Vishuddhi chakra. Throughout this meditation, you will be your awareness only here. You have a reference point to hold on. You can take a chair, okay, and hold on to that chair. You stand and hold on to a chair. Stand behind a chair or some support to hold it. And you start walking very slowly, very, very slowly. In the same spot, you're not moving, but you're holding on to the where behind the chair you stop and you start moving very slowly. Wherever you're standing, you start moving. Let me explain clearly the process. First thing, you will start moving your hands and legs, completely putting your awareness on the throat. First, you will move only hands, then legs, then hands, then legs slowly. When you are established in the throat center, you will see how deeper layers of your energy is released. That is the key. Now start increasing. Once you start moving only hands, only legs, right? So after that, now start increasing your pace very gradually. Keep walking faster and faster in the same spot. Push your limits only to the extent that you can, with no discomfort. Don't overexert yourself at any point of this whole meditation. At all times, the one more key thing is focus on the Vishuddhi chakra. Now you'll be able to feel the energy coming from it actually. The important thing is never to slow down at any point of time. You start very slowly, only moving hand, only moving second hand, only moving the legs. You will increase only the pace, but not decrease. Once you start, you only increase. Start very slowly, 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 slowly. You move forward, but once you increase the pace, don't come back and stand. Don't decrease the space, the pace that you do. For the next 10 minutes, just sit down quietly. That is the first part, 20 minutes you will do. You increase the pace, awareness on the throat center. Start very slowly and you will keep increasing. And finally, you will come to a point where you run, jog. Right? You run at your peak speed. After 20 minutes, you will stop. The music will change. Then just sit down quietly wherever you are. Just sit. But keep your eyes closed. Focus on the Vishuddhi chakra. So remember, again and again, remember, throughout this meditation, in these 2 steps, your awareness only in the Vishuddhi chakra. You will absorb the energy that is generated during the moment. When you do this, the cosmic energy enters through the Vishuddhi chakra and becomes a tremendous source of energy in you. While doing this meditation, you may wear your mala around your neck. It will serve to store the energy that you create during the meditation. Okay, so you need to, as this meditation is based on your running, right? You need to stand up for this meditation. Unless you cannot stand up, this meditation should be done while standing. It's as for every meditation, tie your eye band so that you will not be distracted. Bring awareness to your throat center. Okay, so start with, you can start moving only with the one leg, then next leg. Remember to start very slowly with one leg, one hand, slowly, slowly, slowly. The pace should increase increase only, but any point of time, it is not decrease. Now, but throughout the meditation, you are not missing the awareness at the throat. So start with one hand moving, then another hand moving, then both hands moving and moving the legs, all that, right? Increase the speed without losing the awareness at the throat center, right? Then after that, you next 20 minutes later, you will sit. Once the music changes, you will sit and complete awareness on the throat with your eyes closed. You will absorb the energy that is generated during the movement. When you do this, the cosmic energy enters through the Vishuddhi chakra and becomes a tremendous source of energy in you. While doing this meditation, you may wear any mala around your neck. It will serve to store the energy that you create during this meditation. Okay, so after that, you'll relax and open the eyes. So this is the let's get prepared for this meditation. Tie your eye bands, stand behind a chair, get ready for this meditation. Bring your awareness to the Vishuddhi chakra. Start moving one leg slowly. The next leg. Start moving one hand, the next hand. Relax. Continue to relax for a minute. For those of you who want to share about this meditation experience, and you can share it in the Zoom chat and in the YouTube comment section. You can comment it. So basically, what you did in this meditation is you competed with yourself. Instead of comparing with others, you competed with yourself, which opens your the infinite energy, the ocean of energy, the Shakti Sagara, infinite energy that you have already. You unlocked, you tapped into that energy. So Valini says, beautiful experience here. You feel that infinite energy, Ma? Yes. So there is one tip that Swamiji has shared many times, which helps so many of us, is whenever you feel tired and you have a lot of work, generally what we do, we just quit. Oh, I'm tired, I can't do anymore. So from now onwards, what you will do? You start doing, continue to do the work with your awareness at the Vishuddhi. You do the work with your awareness at the Vishuddhi, especially when you do the physical work, right? Have this awareness at the Vishuddhi. You will see you have boundless energy and you will not feel tired to do any amount of work. So Valini says she went into deep meditation, golden circles around the throat. That's a wonderful experience, Ma. Thank you for sharing. You did it sincerely. Yes, Ma. So remember this tip from Swamiji. Always remember awareness on the Vishuddhi when you're doing the work, especially doing the physical work. You will have infinite energy. You will not feel tired. All right. So let's conclude this session with the Purna Mantra and we'll move on to our next session. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tasat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Now, let's enter into our next chakra. As part of this Nitya Dhyana Yoga, we are some more comment from Marianne says heat around the neck. That's what the energy that you feel, Ma. That's wonderful. Yes. So now let's move on to our working on the next chakra, which is Ajna chakra. With the trainings and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start our next session. Sorry, not on this one. Just a moment, please. Ajna chakra. So, where it is located, the Ajna chakra is located between the eyebrows, in between the eyebrows. The reason for this chakra to get blocked is by ego and arrogance. How to open this? The third eye meditation. Going past all our identities which kept this, which keeps it alive. So one way to go past identities is to experience the state of Advaita, the space of oneness, which happens only when you enrich others to make this happen. Ego and arrogance and identity. So now let us understand what is ego. What is ego? What will you answer? Most of us think ego means that we need to have an inflated idea about ourselves. I am the great. I am something. This is not true. Ego is any idea about ourselves that is different from reality. That is ego. Now let's get into more details of this. A small story. An eye specialist was treating a blind man. He assured him, once I operate on your eye, you will have your vision back and you can throw your stick away. The doctor assured him. The blind man became afraid when he heard this, that he needs to throw the stick. He asked the doctor, I understand that I will get my vision so I can see everything, but I can't understand without the stick. How can I walk? The man was so used to walking with the stick that he could not understand that by getting his vision, he can throw away the stick. He's holding on to his a limited, inadequate cognition of himself, that he cannot imagine life without, even after he gets, imagine walking even after he gets his eye. So this story, how a blind man thinks only with the stick he can walk. We all are living our life like that. Ego is an inadequate cognition of ourselves. Arrogance is holding on to that cognition, that limited understanding about ourselves. Even if you know that something bigger is available, you do not want to step up. You want to hold on to what you're comfortable, what you know. That is arrogance. Ego and identity are very closely related to each other. The blind man's identity is what? Holding on to the stick and walking. So you want to hold on to that. That is arrogance. So now let us understand more about identity. Who are you? Identity crisis is the source of all our problems. Who are you? Who am I? This is the question we have asked ourselves since we existed. Let's do a short experiment. You can close your eyes and ask yourselves, what am I right now? We will give a few minutes for this. Just think, who am I? Think for yourself, who am I? What answer you will give? Okay. What did you observe? Was the answer the same or did it change? You may say, I'm tall. You may say, I'm short. Or I'm a nice person. I'm an engineer. I'm a doctor. There's so many you will describe about yourself. The identity changes all the time. We do not know clearly who we are. We don't know what we want. We change what we want all the time. This is an identity crisis. Identity crisis is the source of all our problems. Our fears are also because of identity crisis. People not knowing what they want to do, no clarity. Many of us wait for a long time to ask ourselves about our identity. At the age of 50 or 70, we find that what we are doing wrong. Things by the time life is already over. Now, even if identity crisis is solved, lost time cannot come. Whatever you lost time, that cannot come back, isn't it? So, loss of identity is the biggest loss than any business loss. In fact, the identity crisis is what makes you lose your enlightenment. Any idea of ourselves that is not the highest identity is loss of enlightenment. Identity confusion also does not allow first glimpse to happen. In Indian astrology, you know the 9 planets, Rahu, Ketu are the shadow planets, is considered generally a negative planet, which can stop you from finding the path to liberation. The blind spots are related to our identity, to Rahu. The identity crisis needs to be solved for every human. The moment they start building the identity, How did you choose this identity? We saw a part of this we have learned in earlier sessions. How we create this identity. To explain, to understand this, we will discuss here briefly. Some incident happened around, we are very young age, around 7. Many until by age 7, actually. It's much younger. Some of these leave a very deep imprint in terms of 4 identities. Your whole world, what you know by that age, completely shattered for the first time. You split into, you form certain opinion about yourself, inner image. You project that a different image to outside, the outer image. And you wanted certain way that others think about you, but others have their own opinion about you, the others' image. And whatever you feel about life image, these 4 identities, you are fragmented. These deep images repeat over and over again, no matter which situation. These control and run your life for many, many years, for most till they die and continue. So, for example, see an incident that happened yesterday and look at the images. It will be the same as an incident that happened 3 years ago. In our life, we repeat same mistake over and over again. How many of you have done that? Why do we repeat mistakes? Right? This is due to having some cognition about ourselves and the world. Problems don't happen to us. You happen to problems. So how to identify what you repeat constantly all your life in all aspects of your life is a root pattern. So how to identify the root pattern and complete with it, get out of it. Go to the earliest moment in our life where we felt really cornered, shattered for the first time, and first time you felt powerless as a child. It could be anything. It could be you watched a bitter fight between your parents. It could be that your friend just pushed you and you fell down. You felt so weak and your friend is so powerful. It could be that the teacher yelled at you for telling one small mistake, small wrong answer, and your friends laughed at you. It could be that your mom scolded you for playing in the rain. It could be anything. But the first time you felt so powerless as a young, at the tender age. You write down that whole incident with complete details, very minutest details. What color frock you wore, how the teacher looked, how the room looked, where you were. As many details as possible, you remember and write. Relive the whole incident and find the root thought pattern. enriching as a way to open the third eye, enriching from the space of Advaita. First, do the completion with the root pattern. When you take out some time, write down, identify where you're stuck, and complete with that. Relive with that. Enriching. Then once the thought current that you need to hold on, you need to practice, is enriching in the space of Advaita. The way to keep this Ajna chakra alive and open it permanently is to go beyond identities. In earlier sessions, we talked about aligning our identities. There were just replacing one identity with another. Still, these are just ideas about ourselves. Any idea we carry about ourselves is still lower than the ultimate idea that we are all divine, unlimited beings. Advaita is everything is part of you. The Advaita or oneness in English is everything is part of you. All your struggles in life begins the moment you start thinking that others are separate from you. Understand, there is no word called other in your life. The other is only the forgotten and disowned parts of you. Your struggles with others are nothing but your struggles with the forgotten side of you. When you enrich others, you are naturally enriching the neglected side of your own being. So the more you enrich others, the more you enrich yourself. Above all, you wake up with the truth that everyone and everything is part of you. So if you understand, whether I know it or not, truth is the truth. Whether you know it or not, I am whole, aham brahmasmi, is the truth. If your cognition, thinking, is based on this truth, you are complete with life. Enlightenment does not need long sadhana. It is a cognitive shift. Whether my business deal or my office deal or the team with which I am working, or my father or my mother, everything is my extension. If they are all not in tune with me, fighting with me, many part of me is still fighting with me. Let me enrich them to integrate with me. Automatically, my parts will get integrated with me. The Advaita is not the philosophy to be studied. It is the philosophy to be lived. It can directly make you a better CEO, a better administrator, a better being, and better wife. Whatever you are doing, it can lead you to peak possibility. Better negotiator, a better lawyer, better doctor. Treating everyone as part of you is enriching. That is completion with life. Realizing people, situation, is extension of you, is completion with life. Enriching is nothing but being established in the truth, living and reasoning from the truth. People and situations, everything in life is extension of you. Living and responding from this truth is enriching. If it is you, will you give up? No. If it is you, how will you handle? Handle in the same way every person in every situation. That is enriching. Enriching is you taking the responsibility with integrity and authenticity that you are committed to this truth of realizing people and situations and everything in your life is extension of you. Living and responding from this truth is enriching. For now, Advaita may only be in an idea for you. In the inner way, in the programs like Inner Awakening, Paramashivoham Level 2, Level 3, all these programs, Swamiji will make Advaita an experience for you. Only when it becomes an experience for you can you begin to understand its power. Enriching and completion are two sides of the same coin. All of us are incompletions. Some incompletions are conscious and some are unconscious. In fact, we have 10 minutes more, 10 times more unconscious incompletions. All these incompletions are identities that we are carrying. To go past these identities, we have to complete with them. If the identities are conscious, we can complete with them using the regular technique. If they are unconscious, how can we complete them? One of the most powerful ways to complete with unconscious identities is to complete others. The truth is that we are all in Advaita, in the space of oneness. Others are forgotten part of ourselves. When someone comes into our breathing space, we should know that we are responsible for them. We are also become responsible for any incompletion that is expressed in our presence. Understand that any incompletion they express is part of you, a part of your incompletion. This is a part of your unconscious identity. So, what is the way to complete with this unconscious identity? It is to enrich the other person. Complete with the other person's incompletion, and magically the incompletion inside you will melt away. This is the magic of Advaita. When you are in the space of Advaita, completing the other person will complete parts of you, parts of us. This is why enriching and completion are two sides of the same coin. One cannot say that they will wait till they feel complete before enriching others. Because only by enriching can we become more and more complete. Only through enriching can we move towards Advaita. So, if your thought process is not constantly centered on what you gain or lose, but what others gain or lose, it is tyaga, sacrifice. just decide, I'll think for the welfare of others. Always, it is not such that others' gain is your loss. It is not that you need to lose for others to gain. It is a sad approach. So start with this word. Let me think of welfare of others. You will evolve a new being, a new understanding of life, where Tyaga takes care of your well-being also. Tyaga does not mean giving up what you have. It is only giving up what was never yours in the first place. Your limited identity. With integrity, you experience the space of positivity. With authenticity, you experience the space of possibility. And with responsibility, you experience the space of leadership. And with enriching, you experience the space of enlightenment itself. So enlightened living is nothing but harnessing all your inner powers and using them to enrich yourself and others. So the power of living includes all the other powers on it. So now we will do the third day meditation, the Shiva Sutras, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, verse 31. This very simple meditation, very beautiful meditation. Focus on your attention between your eyebrows. Keep your mind free from any dualistic thought. Let your form be filled with the breath, a sense up to the top of your head and there. Soak in radiant spatiality. Working on all other chakras remotely stimulate different parts of the emotional brain. But working on the Anya directly works on the whole brain. It awakens the emotional brain as well as the rational brain. So since the emotional brain is directly associated with identity, working on this area will directly work on suppressing unconscious identities. So now let's get ready to do this meditation, third day meditation. I'll present this meditation instructions. Then we'll play the music to start the meditation. The first step, two steps only. First step, keep Swamiji's third eye photo. We will be displaying that photo. Keep Swamiji's third eye photo. See his third eye through your third eye. Even though you have the two, can see, but see through your third eye to Swamiji's third eye. Imagine that your third eye is round and reddish, orange in color, in the color of the morning sun. That's the first step. We will be doing this for 7 minutes, continuously focusing, seeing through our third eye to Swamiji's third eye. Then that is, we do 7 minutes. Then step 2 is close your eyes and imagine an intense golden light descending on you from above, entering through the top of your head and centering on your third eye. We'll do this for 5 minutes. This is one cycle. We'll repeat this cycle 3 times. First, we see through our third eye to Swamiji's third eye. And next, the 7 minutes, the next is, imagine an intense golden light is descending on you from above, entering through the third eye on top of your head. The golden light is entering here, centering on your third eye. We'll do this for 5 minutes. This is one cycle. We'll repeat this for 3 rounds. So now let's get ready. We'll be displaying the Swamiji's third eye. Get ready for the meditation. Yes, now relax. Just relax. How is this meditation? What's your experience? Your sharings, please. So, Ma Walini is sharing when the light for above entered through my third eye. I saw Swamiji's third eye. His eye sparked orange rays, and I saw a big orange moon on my Ajna chakra. Wonderful, Ma. That's wonderful. Yes. Now we'll be moving on to our last chakra, the Sahasrara chakra. The Nithyananda Yoga as part of this program. We are working on these 7 energy centers called chakras. 7 upper body energy centers are chakras. Now we are entering into the last chakra, Sahasrara chakra. So with the blessings and trainings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. Sahasrara chakra, which is the crown center on top of the head. What blocks this chakra is intense and continuous discontentment. Dissatisfaction, dissatisfaction about everything. So how to unblock is gratitude. Gratitude, expressing gratitude in everything that you have unblocks this chakra. All of us experience dissatisfaction in many areas of our life. What do you think is the expression of dissatisfaction? How do we express it? Dissatisfaction expresses itself through us in the form of complaints. Complaints, complaints, complaints. We have never ending the attitude of complaining in life. We may not openly accept that we complain in life. Outwardly, we project that we are okay with everything. We are very adaptable and can be very adjusting with anything and everything. But if we look deep within, there is a hidden complaint for almost everything in your life. Usually, most chronic complaints we have in our lives are associated with something, struggle or loss that we feel is unavoidable. Because it seems unavoidable or not changeable. The complaint looks legitimate and justifiable. However, our complaints are actually kept intact only to hide a secret gain, a hidden pleasure, or a vested interest that your identity gets out of running that complaint. So the struggle you express because of the complaints you have is actually inauthentic. It is a drama your identity is playing. Please understand that whatever is in your life that is unwanted and yet persists is almost certainly part of a chronic complaint. Unwanted and yet persists. That means what? When there is something in your life which you did not ask for, you complain again and again and again. When this situation occurs, you act in a specific way. The more you complain, the more it persists. We express deep dissatisfaction each time that complaint comes up, and it always looks as if we are genuinely trying to fix the complaint. But we somehow always fail. Why is that? Understand that your complaints have two parts. The hidden pleasure that your ego or identity gets out of keeping the complaint intact and running the complaint. The price you need to pay for getting that hidden pleasure from the complaint, can you imagine? Your Sahasrara gets blocked. If you look closely, a complaint is nothing but another thought trend. It is another knot in your system. It is actually an interpretation. It is a judgment or opinion of life. You feel that something is wrong with the way life is, or something is wrong with the other person against whom we have a complaint. But the main problem is that when you are engaged in your complaints, you don't see them as your interpretations or judgments. They occur for you as facts and truths. So truth for you. Each complaint is deeply associated with a fixed way of being or a belief or fixed way of behaving. You may be frustrated, you may be annoyed, or you may be suspicious. You may be nice, you may be accommodating, etc., whatever it is. So your fixed way of being and persisting complaints are correlated with or triggered by the situation you are dealing with occurring as threatening. In other words, when your complaint is triggered, your opportunity set of ways of being is limited to only one way of being. Means just one kind of experience. You can't move, you can't look beyond that. And because it is always particular experience, your response also will be fixed. So your perception, thinking, planning, and acting in that situation are limited and shaped by the fixed way of being. So the other huge problem is that the fixed way of belief and action only reinforces the belief inside you over and over again. When this belief is reinforced, you derive certain pleasure or reassurance that you are right. This is in fact the identity inside you that is being reinforced. In fact, the situation is kept alive by this identity. Since it is deriving immense reassurance, even pleasure from it, one of the biggest problems human beings face is the need to be right. For example, if you scan your life and go to all situations where you say to yourself or you say to others, how many times do you have to tell them? Or we already tried this and it didn't work. Or I'm going to have to do this myself again. All those fixed complaints will show up along with the fixed way of being for you. You will notice that what seems to be a struggle for you in these repeating non-workable situations in your life is basically a pretense or drama, because the situation is kept alive by the secret pleasure your identity is actually deriving from it. The hidden secret pleasure that you get from complaining includes you get to be right or righteous about your viewpoint each time you engage yourself in the complaint and blame others or life. You get to dominate others or life and avoid domination from others or life when you run a complaint. You get to use the complaint to justify yourself or your behavior and also invalidate others or life. You get to win or avoid losing because your viewpoint gets more and more solidified each time the complaint repeats. Ultimately, you get to avoid being responsible for the situation or the issue you are dealing with, because when you run the complaint, you are actually blaming the others responsible for it, not you. So, as the saying goes, there is no free lunch. Along with the hidden pleasure, you will always have to pay a price for having it. The price you need to pay to keep your complaint intact and continue complaining in life includes losing your time, basically, losing your energy, losing your relationship with people and with groups you are complaining against, losing affinity with others, losing your own validity, you losing your own vitality and passion. Losing your health and well-being, losing your self-expression, not being able to freely express and give yourself fully to whatever you are dealing with, losing your satisfaction and fulfillment, losing your ability to be a leader, losing your freedom to be. See how much the list is so big. There is a practical example by which we can understand this better. In many places, monkeys are caught in a unique way. The hunter puts a glass jar with a banana inside in the place where the monkey can see it. Now, this jar has an opening small enough for the monkey hand to go in, but not big enough for the monkey fist with the banana to come out. He leaves the jar there and goes away. The monkey comes down and puts his hand inside the jar to take the banana. It tries then pulls his hand from the hole along with the banana. But the hole is exactly the size of its empty hand. So the monkey is now stuck because it is not ready to leave the banana and it cannot come out with the banana. So the monkey refuses to let go of the banana and it's caught for the rest of its life. Because its attachment to the banana, just to keep the banana, the monkey pays a huge price. What's that? Yes, it's very freedom. It's very life. We are also doing the same thing when we are keeping our complaints intact. We are not ready to let go of our righteousness. We are not ready to let go of our deeply hidden desires to be right. No matter what, and we are ready to pay any price for this. Our happiness, our time, our energy, everything. So this is called vasana in Hindu literature. It leads us in the opposite direction of where we want to go. So when you identify such situation, ask yourself, what is your belief that keeps you in this loop? For example, a person who believes that his manager does not like him will repeatedly act defensively in front of his manager, no matter what the situation is. And no matter what the issue is. When the person acts and speaks defensively, he will use words that keep his relationship with his manager in a poor space, never improving it. Often, such behavior, that behavior loop reinforce the wrong belief over and over again, with you feeling that you have more proof for your belief. Your belief will get stronger and stronger in progression till you cannot get to see it in another way. So, vasanas, self-fulfilling negative prophecy, self-fulfilling negative patterns. These wrong beliefs can instantly completed by doing the instant completion. Instant completion is a technique where you do not need to think about root incidences, the three images, etc. You can instantly drop the feeling you are carrying and change your action. When you clearly see that your belief and the subsequent action is costing you a lot in life, you can instantly drop it. Instant completion is a very powerful technique. Discontentment will pull you down, makes you heavy and miserable. On the other hand, gratitude will make you light and blissful. When you enter into a space where gratitude becomes your meditation, contentment automatically happens. The normal contentment that we all know always comes with a reason. It is related to something that has happened in the outer world that has temporarily, but your busy mind to rest. That's all. When your mind is restful, you say you are contented. Real contentment is not this. Real contentment is when you feel permanent gratitude towards the benevolence of existence. Real contentment asks for nothing more. It simply enjoys everything without a reason. It needs no reason. When you reach this state, you will not know what discontentment is all about. Understand and remember that life itself is a gift to you. Have you worked hard for it? Can any one of you say that you have worked very hard to earn this life? No. That's why you don't realize its value. We simply take everything for granted. Our body is taken for granted, our daily food is taken for granted, the beauty of nature taking it for granted, everything is taken for granted. We ask God for diamond rings, but do we thank him for giving us fingers to wear them? With time, even the diamond ring will lose its value to us. Remember that life itself is a gift to you. One day, a geography teacher in a school asked her students to write down the 7 wonders of the world. All the kids listened. They listed the great wonders like Great Wall of China, the pyramids, the Eiffel Tower, and so on and so forth. One girl was writing and kept writing, shaking her head and continuing to write. The teacher came to her and asked, "What happened? Have you forgotten what you have learned?" The little girl said, "No, I'm a bit confused. There are so many more, not just 7. The teacher was surprised and took her sheet and read it. She then said, read it loud to the class to hear. The different wonders of the world are I can see, I can touch, I can smell, I can hear, I can taste, and I can love, and I can love. Sorry for the technical glitch. So these small things are forgotten because we think they are small. Everything becomes small to us when it is easily available. There are so many millions of people in this world who can't see, can't hear, can't talk. We can't, people who can't taste. We never think of all these things. We are always thinking of what more, what's better, what next, all the time. Unfortunately, until something comes to us, it seems like a precious and we remain in a prayerful mode. The moment it comes, it loses its value and we move on to another prayer. We always live with the what next attitude. We are unable to relate to gratitude because of this. For example, if you go to a shop and see a new type of alarm clock with some new features, immediately we feel that our life will be much better with these new features. We will feel that the whole quantity of our life will change if those new features become available to us. We will feel that we will become a lot more efficient with this clock in our life. So we buy it and take it home. After a few days, what happens? We won't even have the time to wipe the precious clock. The poor clock will be lying everywhere or somewhere, covering with the dust, and you will not even get scolded for buying. And you will also have a mood to other gadget or some other device. So we always feel that something that we don't have is a big as a mountain without which we can't survive. But when we actually get it, something, it becomes too small a thing. This is how we miss the wonderful attitude of gratitude in our lives. We keep running behind what next, what next. Imagine if you had to sit down and make a list of things that you feel you have been showered with in life. You can start the list with your own eyes. Do you know how many people have not been blessed with eyesight? Can you even imagine what will happen if you woke up one day and realize that you have turned blind? You will not even be able to get out of the bed and go to bathroom. Every task you performed thankfully earlier, thanklessly earlier, will demand all your effort now. Anyway, if you started writing a list of things that you have been given in life, let's do this exercise. Start writing a list of things that you are given in your life. It would be a long list. Once you finish this list, write down a list of things that you feel you have not been given. Two lists you are making. One list, what are the list things that have been given? Another list, what is the list that are not being given, that you are denied for this? This will also be a long list, the very long list actually. This list will probably start with a bench car and end up being longer than a bench car itself. Both the lists are endless, right? Infinite, actually. Lists are infinite. If you write sincerely without missing a single thing, so if you can write down the list, just write down a list of two lists you're writing, a list of things you have not been given. You always complain about it. My mom would have been given this to me. Rather, he gave it to my sister. So many complaints that you have, all that written complaint, the existence has not given to you. After writing the first list, now write the second list. What are all the lists that you are grateful for? You want to express gratitude for. Write some of them because the list will be generally endless. Each one of us, we have an endless list, but in the interest of time, you write down at least 10 of them. Now we have two lists in front of us. It is now up to us to decide which of these lists we are going to focus on. One is the gifts given, one is the complaint list. Which list you want to focus? Are you going to focus on the lists that are not being given? And feel complained all the time, or and feeling dull, dread, and look at the things that have been showered us on?
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Nithyanandam. Yes, we will. So you have two lists. The list that you think which are not given to you and you always complain. This is not correct. That is not correct. This has not been given to me. The list of complaints. And the another list is a huge list that you have been given. Which list you focus on? What happens if you focus on the first list is your Sahasrara, the crown center, gets blocked. Whereas if you choose the second list, the list that you have been given, both lists are countless. But when you focus on the list, second list, with the things that are being given, the Sahasrara opens. And you can unblock the Sahasrara. Now, let's do the beautiful meditation on to open the Sahasrara chakra, the expressing the list that has been given, the gratitude meditation. Let's get ready. Sit with your head, neck, back straight line. Close your eyes. You can tie your eye bands. If you have handy, you can take some flowers also. Bring your awareness on the Sahasrara chakra, the crown center. Just forget all the other parts of your body. Concentrate only on the Sahasrara chakra and relax there. Wear a beautiful smile and relax. the devotees and fulfills whatever we ask for and showers us with much more than what we asked for. And today, each of you are experiencing that very dimension where simple things that her it was for, like maybe I suppose she just wanted someone to buy her house, and with Swamiji's blessing, exactly much more than what she wanted, it was showered upon her, where the person came and bought the house, which had not been selling for a very long time. They would you with your whole being, offer your gratitude to your mother for giving you this body. Remember and give your gratitude to her with all your being. Offer your gratitude to your father for giving you this life and providing for all your needs. Offer your gratitude with your whole being. doctors and nurses wouldn't need you when you come to this planet Earth.